Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit Championship main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. Luka Bohovic, a man who needs no introduction, commanding chip leader here at the feature. Thomas with 67 bigs is in second place. Mehar Zaharaji with 59 big blinds is in the middle of the pack, and then Nathan with 27. Marius Molodanovu with 25 bigs. Yanya with 13. And Pepe G, the legend that he is still in the mix here. Finds himself as the shortest stack, but this is a phenomenal structure. Still in contention with 11 big blinds. How are you all on this Monday afternoon, bank holiday of all sorts? Hope you're keeping well wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. This is going to be an action-packed day of poker. I can feel it. Getting the action started. The blinds will be 15k for the small blind, 30k for the big blind, and a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. Richie says, hello everyone. Enjoy the stream with the best commentator, Dan the man. Thanks, Richie. Getting that one in early. All that's left to say, guys, is shuffle up and deal. Shama, vamos me filo. This is day 3 of our action. The winner of this one is going to take home €156,000. I believe we have 30 players remaining when the action kicks off. You've heard the man. Shuffle up and deal. A couple of names I recognize there. Of course, Pepe G, the superstar around the King's Resort. You've got Luka Bohovic, who is just making deep run after deep run. And you have Mehar Zaharaji, fighting fifth there with 60 bigs also. But this is going to be quite the day. If you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Let's get the action underway, folks. Stratos says hello, everyone. Hello, Stratos. Stratos says, welcome back, Dan. We missed your melodious tones during the World Series of Poker Europe. Well, it's another World Series of Poker circuit event. This is the main. Lady No Muck is in the house all the way from America saying, let's go. Perfect time. Perfect way to spend her day off. Hey, Dan, what's up? Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Jack's taking that one down. top 12 finishers in this all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe as well. Important to note that one. Thomas raising things up here under the gun +1 with the king queen offsuit. Luca could proceed in 3 different ways here. He could 3-bet, just call, or pass, considering the raises come from early position. Looks like he's going for the aggressive route. Richie's asking where the mods are. Well, the mods are here all year. It is a bank holiday Monday. It's going to be a slow and low kind of a day, I feel, Richie. So they're out there somewhere. You can give them a hooty hoo. And lo and behold, a wizard arrives precisely when they means to. Apocalypse is in the house, says, good afternoon, lads and lasses. What's up? And you see the power of the 3-bet there with such a large stack, over 100 bigs. Can just take that one down with a 3-bet, getting a superior hand to fold. And those chips to work early here for Luca. No pair, no draw in the house. What's up? We've got 2 moderators there. Johan, what's up, buddy? Yes, the buy-in is €1,100 for this. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic, if you were just tuning in. Nathan's going to raise from early position with his pocket 9s off 30 bigs to start the hand. The orange chips that are in play are 5k a pop, and the bluish chips are 25k a pop. Marius' turn to get involved is going to raise to 80k here in the hijack with the ace-10 offsuit. Peppa G not going to entertain the queen-9 offsuit there. I expected to see it defend. Round to the button here for the 5-4 of spades is going to raise. Takes down the blinds and antes. Got to remember, folks, the average stack here is close to 40 big blinds, but the clock is very long on the blind levels, over an hour. So much playability in this one. Playing for so much money up top. Peppa G will get the last of his biscuits over the line here. 8.5 bigs to be precise with King Jack suited. And Luca has a hand that he might entertain calling with. It's only going to be about 6.5 bigs more for him. So I still let it go with the Jack 10 offsuit. If he was suited, he would definitely be calling there. The bad boys for Thomas here in the hijack. He's got the kings. Gonna raise it up. Peppa G has ace-9 offsuit. He's actually a contender to just rejam here against a massive stack. And he does put it in. Can't blame him. Gonna be ahead of that hijack opening range. Thomas going to be snapping them off, and we could be losing a legend here quick unless Peppa G gets lucky. Six, three, deuce. Is the flop. Not good for Peppa. Needing an ace now, needing one fast, or he will be eliminated in 30th place. There's a deuce. An ace and an ace only on the river. River is the 4. We will lose Peppa G. Unlucky, sir. Good game. He will take home €4,325 for his efforts. 29 players remaining now. Bird is in the house, says, hello, John Boy. Hello, Mary Ellen. Hello, Bird. He is always fun to watch play Stratus for sure. We didn't get to see much from this time. Marius is going to shove from the small. Standard stuff on both sides here. Standard shove, standard call. And Jana needs to get lucky here. She needs to get lucky. She does a 43% equity, but is behind to the ace-7 of Marius with her queen-jack off suit. King 9-3 is the flop. And it's the King of Hearts. River is the 4 diamonds. We will lose Jana in 29th place. 2 eliminations back to back. Marius will scoop the booty on that one, playing almost 1,000,000 chips now. Says Dorian won the 2K brace, the crusher. Unbelievable stuff. Dorian Melher is, of course, is who Apocalypse is referring to. How much did he win, Apocalypse? Must have been a nice, tidy sum if it was the 2K. Says only 22.6k apparently. Oh yeah, well, some of those high rollers going to have small numbers. A lovely ring for him nonetheless. We will have a redraw as well when 24 players remain. We are just waiting for another player. Looks like we're getting a guy called Trunky in C4. getting a new player in C3 as well. Sammy. At the moment, we've got Serbia, Romania, Italy, Israel, Czech Republic, and the Netherlands all being represented under one roof. Pockliff says, did I know that he's an online crusher now? He won 2 events in the last 4 days, including a 55 mystery bounty where I took the top bounty of €1,170. This guy is doing it all this year. Gets married, he's winning tournaments online. What's next? A celebratory lobster dinner. King Crab Crusher, says Stratos. Yes. Back to the seafood puns. I love it. 28 remaining. That means pay jump is looming from €4,325 to €4,975 on the next elimination. No pair, no draw, says I could go for some king crabs right about now. Crab people, crab people. A very, very old South Park reference there for the guys who know. If you know, you know. Sammy gonna call for 60k from Marius's raise here. Sammy with pocket trees, Marius with opening the action with 10-8 of spades. Thomas with an interesting decision here now in the big blind with pocket nines. Probably wants to bump it up. Don't you know, bump it up. Got to bump it up. That looks about 300,000. 265. Sammy not going to be able to continue here with just pocket trees, even though they are relatively deep. It's just not going to be worth it there for that much chips to call with a baby pair. Shadow says that is not a bump it up, that is a kick in the pants. A kick in the dit. I didn't say it. No pair, no draw said, did anyone play the Stick of Truth game? You can eventually get an armor set that turns you into a crab person. No. I think if you're referring to the South Park game, I played one a few years ago, alright, but I'm a pretty busy boy now to be playing video games. Next video game I'm going to play, I'm going to treat myself to the next GTA when it's out next year. Towards about a year's time from now, I'd say. As Pocto says, ain't that a kick in the head? You're getting me singing on here very early today, guys. Oh dear. Chunky is your shortest stack with 13 bigs, and Luca well over 100, and you've got everything in between on this leaderboard. Lots and lots of chips in play. 4 eliminations away from the redraw. Chunky not getting active with his Queen Jack offsuit there. Letting it go. 35k is the bet here. Blind v blind. 9-7 off suit on the jack. 7-5. Luca has a piece of it. We'll call. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Nathan isn't going to shut down. Expect to see him check there the majority of the time. Well, he will take that one down. Luca's not going to be able to continue with just a pair of fives. Strata says, can they order me a Jack and Coke along with a massage lady, or do I need to flag down a waitress? Got to flag down a waitress, mate. Thomas with the kings here in the hijack, min raising. Marius in the small blind, deciding what way he wants to proceed with his Jack 10 suited. He could 3-bet here. He could just call here. Sometimes he might just fold here. I would not like to see him fold. Calling seems like the best option, and he does do just that. Nine, 5 deuce is the flop. Tom's going to bet 70k round to Sammy. Good shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Wants to be continuing here. Maybe even consider a check raise. Doesn't really want to bloat the pot out of position. This is a pretty good hand for him to check raise with, though. With all those backdoors. That's why you're seeing him reach for chips. If he wants to raise, wants to make it somewhere around 3x, like 200k, 220k, or right in the middle, 210. By the way, folks, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, we've had a few eliminations on the outer table. 25 players remaining now, which means we are only one elimination away from the aforementioned redraw. I think Thomas just wants to continue here. No point in firing back with an overpair. And there's the ace of diamonds. So that ace of diamonds is going to slow Sammy down. He is just going to check now. Some of the hands that will continue for Thomas will contain an ace. So Sammy's just essentially giving up unless he hits the river, which he does not. River is the king of spades. Checking. Thomas. Thomas 10 kills his action. Very unlikely your opponent has something like 5 and it's great. It's very difficult to get paid. Goes for the Candice large, and Sammy releases with just 7 high. Would like to see a very small sizing there to try to get paid by a 9, maybe a weak ace X that decided to check raise the flop. Pocket says, Dan, you sound like you're diving for lobsters. Better now, must have caught one. Could be a server issue. I will refresh some things on the break. Apocalypse, thanks for letting me know. Thomas Min raises with the 4s. Sammy is going to call from the small with ace 10 off suit. Flops best on the ace queen 7. Bet a 40k in a call. That turn card gives Sammy 2 pair. Pay jump has been reached indeed, Johan. €4,975 is the current payout. Looks like Thomas is going for a second barrel here. Try to get rid of a queen or a 7. Sammy will have a more condensed range from the small blind. It will contain a lot of strong hands, will also contain some weaker type holdings. Sammy checks on the river after boating up. After betting flop and turn, I just give up with my 4s, and he does check back. And you heard the man. After this hand, we will have a very short break as we do a quick redraw. So we see a defend from Zaharaji. With the king deuce, Marius checks behind with his ace 3 on the jack 10-8 flop. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. These sort of pots come down to who wants it more. Not a good board for either player. Zaharaji recognizing that if he wants to take this one down, he's going to have to stab at it. Zaharaji bets 85k and does take it down. That means we are going on a very short break, folks. We'll see you back here in a few moments. We're playing 3 tables of 8 now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, here for 1 second so we can do this. Yeah, 37. You're saying up 3 to
arrange him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Ghaid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetlana, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetlana. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
It's too tempting, such a big tournament, but it's also.
But we need to scout where the Euros are going in December.
6 re-entries, or maybe even more.
And then maybe go somewhere else.
A lot of flights. Yeah.
They make a field tough.
Still hesitating. And I also has to go to Las Vegas because I leave some money on the deposit and I should show up, you know.
Okay, Bahamas it is, Ali.
Must be nice, by the way. Shoko's like, I got to pop by Vegas. I left some money on deposit.
Well, you're a man about the world.
I don't leave money on deposit. when I stamp my passport at customs, it's with all the money that I brought.
You don't have some drop-off points across the globe?
Nah. Try to stay off of Homeland Security's radar, Maddie.
Right.
Well, that's easier said than done.
And also probably not the best thing to say.
Right.
Why am I trying to stay off their radar? Ace 10 is very much on the radar of this ace queen as a 6K opener from the small blind. This is a modern day cooler, as our booth brethren Henry Kilbane likes to refer to it. Let us observe how Thomas wants to approach the affair.
I actually thought you were comparing Thomas to Henry. They are a bit of a doppelganger.
You know, as I look at that image there, you're right about that.
Take a day off, mate.
I don't know that we're going to be taking a day off with this ace-queen. However, do you feel like a 3-bet is compulsory, or do we balance with some flats?
It's a little bit tricky because my understanding is there isn't a lot of raising taking place from the small blind. I feel like ace-10 off might be a bit on the wide side, but I could be wrong. Usually, especially at depth, you want to lean on more suited hands.
As raise candidates, if you're Stetsuda?
Yeah, but, you know, ace-queen is ace-queen in a 1v1 spot blind versus blind. You're going to be ahead of the vast majority of those opening hands.
So we go up to the 3rd floor. King 7 tray board presents no immediate assistance to either party, although, of course, eyes on that ace of diamonds, potentially, for the freshly minted stack of Stetsuda, which does cover Ace-Shan.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Thomas come with a smallish bet here. These are kind of the confrontations where too much money can find its way into the pot very quickly. A hand maybe stepping a little outside the norm with the ace-10 off pre. You find a little hope post with that backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Suddenly we find ourselves on the river, you know?
13,000, and I'm not sure that we're all that river bound with ace 10, although maybe we're turn bound. TBD.
I would suspect that he probably has a little too much hand here to just fold versus quarter pot. But you're right. The hope is a bit bleak. Could be drawing dead to pairs, assuming you're up against something like ace-king. Making runner-runner and realizing it out of position, not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you do need to kind of, in a chess-like manner, consider future moves.
These are the type of spots, though, and type of boards. You get a little creative, you know? You're not going to have that naked ace of diamonds all that often.
Listen, that left brain activation can prove expensive from time to time, although consider if all of a sudden he did do something, how ace-queen would feel about it. A flat, the chosen path, a board pair now, which does present opportunity to the Ukrainian.
I wouldn't suspect very much 7x in either range, which is probably going to slow Thomas down here quite a bit, because it will funnel his opponent to so much king x and diamond draws, neither of which he's such a big favorite against that he needs to start funneling chips in the middle.
So it goes
There you
check,
have it.
check, and there is the path to the chop that I hadn't considered. Finding the ace in both camps. King kicker plays.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of like block bet jam here.
Instead, it is a check from Stetsura, and I think he's kind of hoping that maybe he sees a normalish bet sizing out of
Yep.
Ashan, who is deeply incentivized as the pre-flop 3-better to rep this ace-king high board.
Yeah, personally, I'm quite greedy in these spots.
What's that, Gordon Gecko?
I think unless I gave a lot of credibility to Stetsura to being capable of having ace king here, I would go very large, somewhere between pot and all in, just trying to put a king in a blender. He seems to have kind of positioned himself into having mostly just bluff catchers as played. But yeah, wouldn't really fault anything from half pot to pot.
Well, what have we here? Into 64-5 comes a full
There you go.
pot-size bet. And now the polarity of this sizing creates some discomfort for Stetsura because you don't necessarily love calling 65,000 in the hopes that you're simply going to be able to get half of what's out there.
Right, yeah. I think like most of the time you're expecting to chop, some of the time you're expecting to lose the ace king. But, you know, let's give Thomas some credit. He's not just going to triple off all of his bluffs. He may have some hands here that find themselves at bottom of range through the bet check line that are kind of forced to rep the ace. This is really the only size I think he's going to choose one check to on the end.
I think the non-zero frequency with which we just scoop this one, if Ashan is ambitiously bluffing for half of his remaining stack, is part of what lathers forward the call.
Yeah.
And let's carve it up. And Thomas is, yeah, there's
That's
the
pain.
eyebrows. Yeah.
That is
Oh, okay,
pain.
buddy.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe
but-
if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the
Yeah.
thing that connects the two lobes, maybe you got some
My-
extra
my-
threads between those
or
two
maybe
things.
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would
Yeah.
seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random six from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah, basically.
a counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with this story,
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house, for the King Jack, because sixes can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you got
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ollie. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Balasevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's
on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited.
Okay, I think.
Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without classes. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he pulls the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
Folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he... Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions
Yeah.
of this high VP Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay. Strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after your break to the World Series of Poker Circuit Championship main event, day 3, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. 8:15 seems to be the chip leader here with 107 big blinds. Thomas with 93 in second place. Robert Bunn with 71 is in third. Then Martin Ilavsky with 54. We've seen him before at the feature tables. Fisher with 31 bigs. Marius with 25. Christian with 23. And Aram Ali is your shortest stack. I say shortest because he's got 21 big blinds, but this is a longer clock than usual. Lots of chips in play. Great structure. Lots of money up top. Let's go. Top 12 finisher is going to win a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. And the winner of this one is going to take home €156,000. €156,500. Not bad for a Monday.
35 minutes left. 15, 30, 30. Right, step up and deal. Button in the 18. Button in the 18. 15.
Shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Shama, vamos, Mafilo. Let's go. Three tables of 8 now remain. All guaranteed a minimum of €4,975. Round to the big blind for Ali. I don't think he should be defending with the 9-5 offsuit, and he will just let it go. Blinds seem to still be 15k small blind, 30k big blind with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. Robert's going to take that one down with his ace queen. So 8-15. I don't know what his real name is. That's a weird one to see on the screen now, not going to lie. If I have to call him that all day, we will, but maybe we'll get a nickname for him. He is going to min raise with the ace-5. Fisher is going to call from the small. Christian is going to call in the big with 8-9 of diamonds. Jack 6 deuce is the flop. Flush draw for Christian. He's going to lead for 100k. Fisher has some backdoors, but he's out of position. I think he's just going to have to let this one go. Mansour says just call him 8, I guess. Okay, Mansour. You want me to call him 8? I'll call him 8. It does say 8-15, so it could, it's call him 8 or 15. So I suppose we'll just call him 8. Average stack is close to 50 bigs. This is a very deep structure, like I aforementioned. We are having a small problem. We're having technical difficulties in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If we can get that fixed for you, we will, but I will keep up with the action as best as I can in the meantime. Thomas is going to go for the min here with 6-7 suited, staying active with this amount of chips. 3 tables of 8 now remaining. Page on blooming as well on the next elimination from €4,975 to €5,790. Interesting flop. Thomas with the open ender. Robert with the set of 8. Both very deep. Got a 60k in a call. He's just going to bet out here on the turn for 110k. Not wanting the turn to go check, check. This sizing, Thomas might even call. Getting good odds. Not ideal though. We've got the arse end of the straight draw, even if it is open-ended. We'll just call. The river is Quadzilla in the house. Robert now a quad. How the hell can he ever get paid? Now we want our opponent to have an ace. We're going to size that way to get paid by 1. So I think something around 175, 225, something around that area. Let's go 200k. Life Loving says you can't bet there. Check. You see, if you check, most ace-x hands are just going to check behind. So you want to try to get some value. I know what you're saying. You've got quads. Why the hell would you ever bet? But if you bet, if your opponent has a weak X8, ace-x type holding, very likely you're just going to check that one behind. Open Polar says A15 is used in colloquial German to express that procedures or objects are on average or mediocre. Well said, Open Polar. Living says, but you also miss on any kind of bluff. Yes, you do. It's just both ways of looking at it. I'm going to bet 100k here on the 10-5-4. 2 heart flop. And control. And he's king apart. Martin picks up a flush draw. Christian still best with his pair of 10s king kicker.
It's 20 in stake or more. Just put in 20 in stake, it will be okay.
The turn does go check, check. Ace of diamonds hits the river. very difficult for Christian to get called by a worse hand in this scenario. So does just go check, check. Just want to give a disclaimer there, guys, as well, against some information coming in because of the technical difficulties. Chip counts are going to be a bit off, so we'll have to get out our binoculars and do the maths ourselves. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. The graphics are going to be a bit off. It will be rectified in due course. Like Coving says, I guess it depends on the player. If they like to bluff, I always give them the rope. That's fair enough. We can get behind that. The King Queen of Hearts raises it up. Fisher taking that one down, playing 32 bigs. Around to the button. All the chips. Gonna min raise the ace 3, of course. Thomas with heaps of chips himself, deciding what to do with ace 9 offsuit. Ali has a very rejammable king 10 offsuit in the big blind. does take that one down. So much chips in play here, folks. 815 with 105 bigs. Thomas 83, Robert 81, Martin with 48 then. Christian with 34, Fisher with 32, Marius with 23, and Ali 21 bigs. Far from being short, but is the shortest stack at this feature. Marius raises to 90k here with ace jack of spades. The Queen 10 of Hearts is going to call from the cutoff. Ace Jack 7 is the flop. Piece of it for both players. Good shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw for the Queen 10. Marius with top 2. Picks up a flush draw now on the turn. Interesting hand, says King OJH. I'd have to agree with you. It is now anyway. So much additional equity. Now, Marius just has to find a way of getting all the chips in the middle by the river. There's 405k already in the pot. Doesn't need to bet much. Wouldn't even be shocked to see an overbet rip for just over pot. A lot of bad river cards. But I still think I want to try to get value for my 2 pair. So bet like 175. Yeah, goes for 180. Good man, Marius. And now when we've so much chips in the cutoff shoes here, do we just call or jam is the question. Definitely not folding. Just decides to stick him in. Stick him up, Johnny. Does shove. Marius calls him off. And look at the size of this pot. Like I said, we've been having graphical errors, so we've got to do the maths by our eyeballs. But it does look to be somewhere around that region. A very big pot nonetheless. River is the 8 of spades, and Marius will be happy to hold there with his ace jack suited. Queen 10 of hearts just can't get there. Martin going for the 3-bet with the ace-9 suited. Robert opening from early position with king-jack of spades. Nice 3-bet, takes that one down. This time Thomas going for the 3-bet with queen 9 suited. Original opener with the ace 10 of spades. King, queen, jack, all diamonds. What a flop it is for the ace 10. I might just check this one back from Thomas. If I'm going to bet, I'm just going to bet small. There's no equity, but just a draw heavy board. Goes check behind. Turns the ace of diamonds. Just check it over. Comes check behind, and the river is the 2 of hearts. About 125 on the river here. Don't think Thomas can pay this one off, and this is going to be the end of the hand. Is getting a great price, but loses to any diamond, any 10, even some two-pair combinations might go for this sizing. Thomas just has a clear fold, in my opinion. Thomas with the min raise here with the king, queen off suit. Fisher got the big boys. He's 3-betting to 160k with the aces and the hijack. Take that one down with the 3-bet. Moving over the million mark. You see Thomas raising to 80k with the ace 10 of hearts. Marius 3 betting 240k with 2 red ladies in the cutoff. Three deuce is the flop. Thomas is going to check his option. Marius with the overpair is going to continue. He's going to take that one down. The ladies. Tarzan Nut says for the payout. Well, there's a lot of money on the line, Tarzan. 22 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €5,790. Marius going for the min raise in the hijack between 10 offsuit, and Thomas going to defend in the big blind with ace 10 offsuit. Flop is 9, 8, 4, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Flop goes check, check. Turn is 3 spades. Marius could have decided to c-bet this board, but doesn't want to get check raised, so just decided to check back for pot control. You're going to see a lot of pot controlling going on, considering how deep these players are, how long the levels are, how much chips are in play. Almost bet 105k. River is the ace of clubs. Thomas now with the best of it. Well, he had the best hand before. He certainly does now. Just deciding how much to bet or how he can get paid. Actually, would be the worst idea to check and try and juice a bluff from Marius. Marius might want to bluff to try get a 4 or a 3 to fold. Maybe even an 8 sometimes. Just decides to go check, check. Thomas just going into check call mode. That's going to be the end of that one. So Martin raises to 80k. 10-9 of spades. Thomas in the small blind with pocket tens. Three bets to 310,000 from the small blind. Looks like Martin wants to see a flop here, but these hands are the ones that can get you in trouble, even if you are in position. I think you might just want to let this one go. We do see the call out of Martin. There's no cure for curiosity. He does call. Flop is 6-7-3. Good shot, straight draw for Martin and some backdoors. Thomas with the overpair. 700k in the pot. So I think we bet something around like 275, 225, something around that area. Okay, he's gone for a little bit larger than that again. 345. Martin's not messing around. Wow, that's a very large shove from Martin. Big boy stuff here. 2 overs, good shot, straight draw. 2 clubs on the flop, but it's not going to deter him from shoving. And the overpair snapping him off, of course. Look at the size of this pot. All of a sudden, bing, bang, boom, just like that. Over 3 million in this one. Turn is the 3 of spades. Thomas looking set for a massive, massive double up and will eliminate a player. Unless an 8 arrives on the river and it doesn't, it's the 5 of diamonds. That's a great example of what can happen if you overplay your hands, folks. Even though he's in position, probably might just let that one go pre. Does get a bit carried away. Had a lot of chips before the start of that hand, but he does exit. €5,790 is the current payout. Thomas is your overwhelming chip leader now with 95 bigs. 65 bigs for 815 and Robert Bunn with 58 bigs. Marius with 40, Fisher with 26, Christian with 23 and Ali with 14 bigs is in last place on our leaderboard. And we do see the raise from Marius here and the shove from Ali from the small blind. Marius will let that one go. Nice pick up there for Ali. Taking it down pre. Getting the rejam through. Apocalypse asks, 2 weeks until it's the PLO big rap. Been studying your PLO, Dan? Yeah, all day. Every day I've been dreaming and studying, plotting my next PLO exam. I do love commentating on it though, as much as it confuses me. It gives non-stop action and that's what you folks want and love and enjoy. It says the World Series of Poker Europe gave me plenty of practice at least. Bits and bobs. Learn to declare pot every time it's your turn to act. Yeah, that's one way of putting it, Stratos. Apocalypse says, good job, Kings isn't in Amsterdam. That will get a whole lot of different kind of action. Yeah. Indeed. Might slow down the action a bit, the whole apocalypse. Everyone was just going pot. 20 players remaining now, and that means the pay jump has been reached, and that means all remaining players are guaranteed €6,605. Cut off opening, and King Jack offsuit is going into the muck. Actually, wouldn't hate a rejam there from the King Jack. Be okay to fold and let that one go and find a better spot, but going to be ahead of your opponent's opening range. Thomas raises in the hijack with 10-7 of diamonds. Aces for Thomas here under the gun +1, 100 bigs. Pamu is in the house, says hello all. Not a lot of time, but hope to see the ticket bubble drama. Oh, there's always drama, Kings. Lions are 20, 40, 40. Kingo says, do colorblind people confuse the chips? I would assume so. Walker says they just hear the word and try to eat them. Great response. These are being very daft this afternoon, aren't you, guys? Wow. This deck is rigged. You heard it here first. in raise from Thomas. Robert with lots of chips, doesn't want to get too involved, just going to call with the 10s. Some people have all the luck, hey? Thomas gonna continue for 90k here on the King 7-7. Right, now yous are just being silly, folks, talking about rectangle plaques. The chips are round for a reason. So you can shuffle them between your fingers. Yeah, unsharp chips in case of a river bad beat. Marius with the min, Thomas with the defend. Ace Jack Deuce is the flop. Marius bets 50k. We have Christian opening things up with his ace king. Robert playing this one cautiously, just calling in the cutoff with his ace queen offsuit. Them all in triangles could do some damage though, says Apocalypse. Yeah. If applied in the wrong manner, I suppose. Apocalypse says Robert flatted tens and now ace queen doesn't like big pots, it seems. He just doesn't want to get into these huge confrontations, and I'm all for it, Apocalypse, because Robert is going to keep in all those weaker hands and doesn't want to be 3-betting to get 4-bet. Just wants to see a flop in position. And go about his day. He defends. Not the biggest fan of this defend with the Jack-7 offsuit. Would way prefer if we were suited. Christian bets 125. Goes for a bet and a call, and the turn is the 8 of clubs. And Robert's betting 150. This is designed to deny equity. Could also have the best hand. And get some weaker hands to fold. I mean, weaker pairs. So, yeah, flush out a hand like pocket 7s now. Pocket 9s might go into the muck. But what he's really doing is just essentially naming his price to check back the river. And he gets Christian to fold ace king. So, well played, Robert. Aces again. Wow. How many times are we going to see aces out there? Nines for Thomas. Over 100 bigs. What do you want to do with them here on the button? Christian going for the unconventional limp off 16 bigs in early position. Someone who says the raise look too smooth, must be a premium. Nathan is going to go with it all in over the top. And Thomas is going to call him off. Drew says, did not expect that. It was a limp jam. Never less than King King. In some regards, it will be Jack A5 is the flop. Anyways, 1.4 million in the pot. We do have the graphics properly back up and running now. This is a delight to see. Turn is the four of spades. We will double up. We do still have 20 players remaining. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €6,605. Graphics are back up and running, as I just said. Lucky German says, if I'm doing it, everybody else will limp as well, but I am raising, of course. DH asked how much for the orange chips. The orange chips are 5k a pop. Blue chips are 25k. Brownish chips you see in front of the players, not many of them can play yet, are 100k each. These are 5, 25, 100. $175 is the bet here on the turn with top pair for Christian. Very interesting turn card for Thomas. He's got the nut flush draw and an open ender now. Bet and call. Double arrives on the river. Black Lady. Christian's hand no longer the best one. Almost getting there with the nut push. Has to fight him with value. He could try extract from his 10. going to be a lot of Christian's continuing range on the turn. So if I want to get paid, I might go for somewhere around 40% pot. Maybe 350 even. Somewhere in the region between 280 and 350 is my guesstimation on this one. That's way larger than I expected. 750k, 650. Yeah, priced himself out there. Would have liked to see him use a smaller sizing. Blocker says he would have gone about 150k. Yeah, make it look like a blockerish type sizing for a slash value bet. Does get paid if he makes that sizing. So you're saying 150k and he goes for 750. Big difference between the two sizings. So guys, I'm just going to say there, 815 is just too confusing for me as a name. His name is Mephisto. He's a phenom around the King's Resort. You've seen him many times. I think he's just having a laugh at these screen names at this stage. Mephisto, I will be calling him anyway. King 8-6 is the flop. Take that one down with a small bet. Someone who says big bet will hold out 10x, etc. Some people react crazy on small bets. Then you have a chance you would jam, maybe with a set or something. So this is a €1,000 entry. There are usually better ones, €250 ones. Because I think nowadays people know a small bet tend to look so strong. So much that you step around and take advantage of that. Pros and cons to everything, right? I just think you're pricing yourself out when you make a 750 there. And 150 might actually be a bit too small. So, like I said, somewhere in the middle. How are we standing now, Apocalypse? Refresh the page. You know if that's a big problem. Nine of clubs in raising. Robert is going to defend. The ace-6 offsuit. Thanks, Buffalo. Buffalo says sounding a bit better now. Should be pretty good to go. Misto is going to bet 60k. Take that one down. Almost 99 big. Your chip leader. Misto, second place with 67 big blinds. Thomas takes that one down with the king nine of diamonds. Tens is just going to go for the jam here with 14 big blinds. Round two, the big blind is not going to call it off with the king jack offsuit. Ali, be happy to take that one down uncontested. Arias Min raising in the hijack with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Round to Ali in the big. Just lets it go. We're going to see a lot of raise and take it down as we get closer and closer to the final table. Got to remember as well, 12 tickets up for grabs. 10K a pop for World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. Couple of ace queens out there. Marius. Christian raising and Marius calling, both with the same hand, under the gun and under the gun +1. Fisher can complete the action here in the big blind with 5-4 diamonds. And he will flick it in. So four-way action to the flop here, folks. Jack, Jack, 3 is the flop. Who wants it the most is going to win this pot. With 2 ace queens out there. Sandwiched in between the small blind and the big blind. Small checks, big blind checks, Christian checks, round to Marius. I think I just bet here to define my range. Tin the field, if you will. Bet something like 120. That's 160. Yeah, this is fine from Marius. That's a really nice pickup. Getting 3 players out of the way, taking it down with just ace high. picking up the action here. We do see a bet and a call on the flop. King 8-5-2 spades. Turn is the ace of spades. Fisher with the 10-8 of diamonds. Thomas with the best hand. King 6. Probably just wants to check this one back for pot control. Sometimes we might consider just betting twice. We could bet a small size with the intention then to check back the river. Just check back, and he won't like that river because it's the 8 of hearts giving trips to Fisher. Now Fisher has to decide how much value he could get from a King X type hand, maybe an Ace X type hand to check back on the turn. Fisher's going to bet 200k here on the river. Probably just have to let this one go. If Thomas, we lose to any ace, we lose to an 8, we lose to a flush. Even our 6 is a bad kicker. It blocks some straight draws that we would want our opponent to have as a bluff. Takes that one down. Not much to stay there. Jack 6-3 is flop. With 125. Christian played this hand a little bit weird, but he stuck it down with his top pair. Three-way action to the flop here. 8-8-4. What a flop it is. Full house for Mephisto. With the pocket nines, the over pair to the board. We can see some action taking place here, that's for sure. Go back to 100K. So for Mephisto now, he's just deciding whether to call or raise. You can see he's nailed this board, just wants to call. Mephisto decides to raise, which is interesting. I thought we would just see a call. And now for Fisher, he just has to decide what he wants to do with pocket nines here. Tough for Mr. Fisher not to go broke here. Well, I don't think there's a point in just ripping over the top. Just wants to call and see a turn. Well, he's committed himself now. Fisher says, I don't believe you, buddy. If you've got me, you've got me. Surely Fisher is just going to stack off. Get the news from Mephisto. This is a lot of big blinds to get in here. Nines against the fours. Mephisto moves all in. And Fisher has committed himself. We'll call it off. Look at the size of this spot, folks. Fisher can't believe it. Can't believe he's beaten by a full house. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. And the river. The Queen of Clubs. Fisher has been eliminated. Mephisto wins even more. Well over 100 big blinds now. Incredible. GG. On to the next one. That's the way she goes. Up she flew. That means we have 18 players remaining now, which also means current payout is €6,605. We will be having a redraw when we get to the last 16. And 10-7 is up. Christian with top pair, that kicker. I probably just wouldn't have even defended the 5-3 offsuit, but when you've got that much chips and everything's going your way, in for a penny, in for a pounding, just let it go. Turn is the 9 of spades. Sexton Thomas. Christian is going to go for a rip. Both players with the same hand. But we're just going to see a call. And Christian Uppers is all in for the 660k. I don't think Thomas can fold here. He's got so much chips. Does eventually call. They both show the same hand. Chop it up, boys. 13 big blinds now for Ali with ace queen. I think we just rip this and hope for the best. Stick it in and think of Ireland, as I like to say. Does rip it in. There you heard the man. We're going on a 15-minute break. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 9, it looks like. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Stay tuned for lots more action to come from the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Championship main event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Ah,
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh,
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop, this type of texture, calls you on the flop, check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have
Right.
that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nikki P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
Correct. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia.
And some
You can't punch.
guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
And line it not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is tell fold 10 on the river. But I still call, you know? Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Ooh, now we're playing
with
poker.
the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
I have a best hand. Right?
1200.
Isildur, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
What you playing?
Turn 9.
Victor just hoping this goes check. I'm curious if Volkic is going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel that your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? Have to be like 5-6 of hearts. Ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see full pitch as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when he see a couple of holes. He likes to do that. Sometimes he will wake up with a hand.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years
versus
ago.
Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has the
in.
flush draw.
Like on 9.
It works, as long as it
Well,
works.
line easier.
Table.
Yeah.
Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet.
Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
You
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Keep the aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against two-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
spade. Five spades on board. No. Okay.
Five diamonds. That's too greedy.
We see Ali making the standard shove here. 3 with the ace 9 offsuit. Getting called by the 8 of Mephisto. 7-7-3 is the flop. Turn is the jack of clubs. Mephisto about to get richer unless Ali can strike an ace or a 9. And he does on the river. He gets there. Big river there for Aram Ali. Won't affect Mephisto too much. He's still going to be playing about 70 big blinds or so. Looking back after the break. Small blind is 25k. Big blind is 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. Tell you what, it's been incredible how many times we've seen aces out already today. We see them again here from Marius in the big blind facing raise from Mephisto with Queen 9 suited and Thomas calling with Queen Jack suited. Marius is going to 3-bet 355 from the big. Really nice hand here for Thomas to see a flop in position when we are this deep. I mean, the effective stack is going to be about 30 bigs to start the hand, so it's not that deep, but I'm saying he has so much chips. Maybe he wants to see a flop for this price. 255 more to call, 630k in the pot. That's a big laydown from Thomas. Giving Marius a lot of credit there. He will take that one down. Obviously would have liked more action. Christian betting 200k here with the opposite pairs. 10 kicker. Rico trying to check this one over. The intention of check calling, I would presume. But because it's bet at 200k and Christian only has 500k more, maybe he doesn't want to get too involved here. Either that or he might just go mad and check raise all in. Yeah, seems like the best course of action is to check call. Check call, turn is king of clubs. These spades rolled off on the river. Back to pot ratio less than 1-to-1, so it looks like Mephisto lies at the river. It's the worst hand he can have here. He's going to shove all in, and of course, Christian chopped this one perfectly. Snaps them off, and wins a really nice pot for himself. Well played there from Christian. Christian raising. On the cut off the ace 10 offsuit. Marius going to call with the king jack offsuit on the button. Marius could have 3-bet this one with blockers deciding to just call in position. So sniffed out some weakness Go for a free bet from the big blind and get the superior hand to fold. So with 18 players remaining now, all guaranteed €6,605. Next pay jump is to €7,425. Bonus is just going to rip on Ali, blind v blind with the ace-3 offsuit. Quite a large jam. With so much at stake. Feels like it's his best option. With the ace blocker. We'll take that one down. 1 kilo says theater, popcorn, and theater. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? Thomas going to min raise with the ace queen. Christian is going to defend. Flop is king 7-7. Got a 70k and a call. Torrent gives a full house to Christian. Double pair board now. And Thomas just wanted to get the showdown. Christian was hoping to induce a bluff. He will take that one down with his full house. And you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 17 players remaining now, so we are one elimination away from another redraw. And that also means the pay jump has been reached to €7,425. As all the time says, hi Action Man Dan. Hi! Hey! Hello! How are you? Mary's going to bet 60k here as a blockerish type sizing /value bet on the Queen 3 10 5 10 board. You've heard the man after this hand. Dealers have been told to stop dealing. That must mean we've had an elimination on the outer table, which means this will be the last hand before the break. Wow. Fisto raises, trying to turn his hand into a bluff, knowing that Marius is going to have a weak type holding, and gets snapped off by the pocket sevens. Calling in record fashion. Well, knew exactly what he was doing there. There you have it, folks. You see on your screen, we're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker.
Bam.
Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just
But
horrible at it.
you gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing
Nice. Thank
folks
you.
that there's
Thank
another
you.
Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up,
Yeah.
the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's
But,
actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. If you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's
he has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. Never can.
No, he was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it.
The first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy
With the
didn't.
10K?
What?
With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any 2 will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think I
no,
can, right?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I
this
thought it
guy
was
is
6
sick.
for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings.
And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen at deuce, top 2 for Neverleinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
This
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time? You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake where, like, the society, they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no? No. So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go, like, they work their job, and at the end of the week, like, they get, like, time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is? Or
Yeah,
no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people, and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverleinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverleinen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
Oh, seat open. Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Cabral's gonna get the
I'm
open seat.
relaxing now. I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open for future table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. I gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that.
They usually don't.
Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ivy.
Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runcon.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like
along the
for 4
way.
hours just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call.
Yep.
There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
No ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
Welcome back to the action, folks, for the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosledov. Nico raising to 100k with the Pocket Kings. Luca is applying the pressure here from the big blind with the ace-3 offsuit. Does go for the 4-bet rip over the top with the kings of kings. And Luca can just let that one go. You're going to see Casimir Sura raising on the button here. 9 deuce of diamonds. Putting those chips to work. Christian calls along, and the top is Jack 6-4, 1 club. Checking out the small blind. I'm going to bet 100k. He has so much chips, he's just going to let this one go. Hard for him to continue that way. We do see a raise here from the Queen 10 of Diamonds of Thomas and a call in the cutoff from the Queen Jack of Hearts. Robert defends the action in the big blind with the ace three clubs and it's 8-6-5. 8-6-5 is the flop. Two spades. Flop checks through and the turn is the 8 of hearts. One checks on the turn. The river is the Queen of Spades. Checks over to Sura. I get some value now. Maybe like 175, 225 is what I'm thinking. $185. Takes down. The brief says Aram Ali out. I believe he is out. I believe he left us before the break. And raising from the cutoff, King 4 suited. Haraji is going to defend with 4-3 of hearts. The flop as Haraji is going to stack off with 7-5-3. It's going to be good enough. Puts it all in. Lucas trying to work out if he's got the right odds for 4.5 big blind spin. Does decide to call. Going to be beating some flush draws, some straight draws. There's the Queen of Diamonds. So Haraji set for a big double up. Gets there on the river with the flush. Now playing 15 bigs. Spin and win. We could see some action here because Robert has opened the button with ace-5 offsuit. The ladies in the big blind for Nico. That's a 3-bet, folks, to 275k. He will take that one down. Iman with ace-10 of clubs here is going to raise, of course. The call from Thomas in the big blind with 6 deuce diamonds. Ace queen jack is the flop. Pockrup says maybe best to take it out. Might put people off if they think Dan isn't here. Yeah, I'll get that sorted out. I'm clearly here. It is not table sound only today. Not to worry. You guys are crazy. Never fear. Action Man Dan is here. 15 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €8,425 chasing the first prize and the title. €156,500. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, of course. Thanks for sorting that out. Apocalypse and Bird. Between the two E. Zaharaji, after getting a good spin, in raising with the aces in the hijack. And Iman has a very squeezable ace-jack suited here in the small blind. Let's see what way he wants to proceed. Does decide to just call. Jack 7-6 is the flop, 2 diamonds. And Iman could be about to lose a chunk of chips here because Zaharaji with the overpair here, of course. Zaharaji betting small amount of chips here, 175. Bet at 175 and a call. Turn is the 8 of spades. I mean, stack to pot ratio is far less than 1-to-1 now Iman checks. Zaharaji goes all in, and Iman will be forced to call all the draws out there. The flush draws, the straight draws. Instead, Iman just leads. Zaharaji is not going to be going anywhere with aces. No pay jump to worry about. Let's get it in, boys. River is a 6. Zaharaji has got 2 spinning wins now and is now finding himself in contention with 33 big blinds. Ivan raising from the button here with the ace-10 offsuit. We'll take that one down. So pretty standard defend there. Nico going for the c-bet on the king, 4, takes it down. 15 players remaining now. €8,425 is the current payout. No pay jump to worry about until 13 remain, and that will be €9,625. Average stack well over 40 bigs. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Roswell on this Monday evening. Brought to you by myself, Action Man Dan. The man in the hijack opening the Ace Jack of Hearts. Your man going to bet 90k here. Queen 10-7 takes it down. There's how the leaderboard is looking at the moment, folks. Kazimir Sura with 74 bigs is your table captain. Thomas with 63 bigs, then Imman with 61. Luca just shy of 50 big blinds. Christian with 40. Nico with 37. Maur Zaharaji now with 33. And Robert Bunn with 33 big blinds himself. So much at stake. Remember, there's 12 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe. So we're 3 eliminations away from that point being reached. Thomas with top pair here, just deciding how much to bet. Bet 155. Haraji checking the turn. 585 in the middle. Thomas is going to go for a bet of 380k. Tough for Zaharaji to continue now. Does have a pair and a piece of the board. Probably just going to have to let his hand go. Nice pick up there for Thomas. Now playing 69 big blinds. Nico is going to bet 100k. His pocket kings on the 3-5 deuce. 2 club flop. Robert will call. Turn is the 4 of spades. So we'll check it over. Robert's going to bet. This will eliminate some 3x type holdings, some 2x type holdings. Not looking too pretty if you've just got an ace in your hand. To try hit it straight. Wow. Robert making that one work for him. Getting kings to fold. Interesting hand there. That was a funky one. So we're raising with the pocket fives and Christian calling in the hijack with king queen offsuit. Nico sub 30 bigs to start the hand. Probably just rip this, to be honest. But Nico decides to make it 425. I think jamming is going to be the best play because you're sub 30 big blinds against two players. Okay, we can induce if we want, but I think it's easier to just play that one as a rip. So Haraji raising from the cutoff, king 10 off suit. Man is going to defend. Don't try this at home with 6 deuce off suit. Would have thought he'd be putting that one in the muck. 994 is the flop. Haraji will see bet and take that one down. So Haraji takes down the blinds and the antes with the king jack offsuit. Almost raising with the king, defending with the eight of clubs. Out flopping the kings on the 8, 10, 6 flop. Goes check, check, turn is the 7 of spades. Almost betting 175. I think it's just a clear check call situation for Luca. River is the king of hearts, giving Thomas a set. Now, Thomas needs to make this an amount to make it look like he's missed his diamond draw, or maybe even a spade draw. He wants to get paid by an ace. Just 625 in the pot. I'm probably going a little bit on the larger side here. 425 sounds good. Yeah, goes for 440. Big decision here for Luca. He really can't beat too many hands. He beats busted diamonds, busted spades, as I aforementioned. Queen Jack got there. Interesting to see if he calls or just lets this one go. That's a good fall from Luca. Some players would just pay that one off. Luca finds a way of getting rid of it. Sura is going to raise to 275 here. Over the 100k C bet. Finding his hand right here, right now, and taking that one away from Christian. Actually, like that play. I wouldn't do it too often, but stopped himself from getting barreled off on Turn and River. Wants to take it down right here, right now. He pulls it to just that. Play from Christian. Robert checking it over here on the 3-2 Queen Jack board. Someone is going to fire. Fires on quite the larger side. Get Robert to release his puck eight. Facing 2 overcards and most likely another bet on the river. I just let it go right here, right now. Have a look at our leaderboard here. Sura with 63 bigs, Thomas with 61, Eman with 54, Luca 35, Nico 29, Robert 29, Zaharaji with 27, and Christian with 27. Loads and loads of chips in play in a structure like this. A lot of middling stacks. Remember, you're going to see the action slow down, considering we are 3 eliminations away from all players remaining guaranteeing themselves that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. Zaharaji raises to 210k in the small blind. I like this sizing, going over the 3x with the blinds at 60k big blind now. You go with a decision in the big blind with his ace jack off suit. These are both monsters, blind v blind. Probably proceed with caution because we are in position and just call. And he does do just that. 883 is the flop. Zaharaji betting 125. We're going to get a call from Nico. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Alright, now betting 360k on the turn. Right, the call in the river is a 6 apart. Maharaj now with the decision. Do you think his ace king is going to be good enough to get the showdown? Or is he going to continue firing? We're about to find out. Just go check on the river. Nico concedes, hoping to win a showdown. Taraji wins that one. Now paying 40 bigs. Nico down under the 20 big blind mark. We're raising the H5 of diamonds. Thomas defending with the H4 and the flop coming 3, 2, 2, 2 diamonds. A lot of equity here for Shura on a bet. Thomas is going to raise 330k. Goes goal. 80 diamonds rolling off on the turn. Turn out with enough push. Thomas is going to continue telling this story. We'll bet 530k. This pot getting bloated now with 1.5 million in the middle already. is call and the river is the 10 of spades. Thomas bets he's turning his hand into a massive bluff here. Decides to just give it up. He's got the info he wanted. I think that's wise considering it's a paired board. It's an early position open. Unsure about how much to bet. Wants to make it look like they would have maybe just the ace of diamonds. No, has an ace and a 5 of diamonds with it. We'll bet and take that one down. So he's going to go at it again straight away, raising to 125 with the ace deuce of hearts under the gun. Laurie Shed is in the house, says aye aye. Aye 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 aye. What's up, Laurie? Nice to have you with us on this bank holiday Monday evening. Folded all the way around to the button for Iman with pocket kings. And we've got action because Shura in the small blind with ace queen off suit. And a 3-bet to 400k. Iman is going to go for the 4-bet to 975k. And Shura might have to just put this in the bin now, unless he thinks his opponent is way out of line, in which case he could decide to 5-bet rip. And there you go. Believes that Iman is going to be 4-bet folding enough of the time that he's going to make a 5-bet rip work with the ace queen off suit, but we can see Iman is in great shape. Big pot here for both players involved. Ace King 10 is the flop. Sure, getting his ace, but followed by a king is no good. And look at the size of this pot. 6.3 million. Turn is the 9 of spades. River is the 8 of hearts. That's a huge pot for Iman. Sure, we're going to be left with about 30 bigs or so. And that puts Iman all the way past 100 big blinds. Wow. Wow, we what? Puck says always an ace when someone has kings, though. Yeah. Would have all been going in on the flop no matter what. Flop till we drop. You see that shoots him up. Double the chips of anyone else. 44 big blinds in second place. He's well over 100 big blinds now. What a time to be alive with 15 left. 3 eliminations away from the 10k ticket being allocated to every remaining player. Very good, very nice. Ace queen off. There was a call, but that with that flop wouldn't have gone in anyway. Even a fold maybe pre-flop. Yeah. I was thinking he might just be 4-bet folding. If we're going to 5-bet rip, that's fine. If we're setting it up that way. I actually think it's totally fine to just call out of the small blind there, considering there's only 15 remaining. That's my thoughts on it at the moment. Puckup's asked, are they playing to a winner tonight or one more day tomorrow? One more day tomorrow, buddy. We are playing until there are 8 players remaining. Puckup said, just know it was still 15 left and was thinking it's going to be a late one. Yeah, the structure is great in this. Long blind levels, so much money at stake, so doing it over another day seems like the right choice. As Laurie says, one more day for you to ignore me then, Apocalypse. Apocalypse's reply says, weird, says somebody posted a comment, but I don't see anything. Oh, you guys. Oh my God, you guys. I've been raising to 125 with the ace-king suited. Apocalypse says, sat next to her, having literally just made her a cup of so much ignoring. Dun dun dun. Look at with the ladies, raises to 125. Luca takes down the blinds and antes. All the time says, see y'all tomorrow. Thanks, y'all. Nice to have you with us all the time. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Look with the min. Nico's just going to call from the small blind. Flop goes check, check. Lucas still with the best hand. Deuce of Hearts arrives on the turn. Nico might decide to lead now, considering he's got a straight draw. He's going to bet 225. And it's always nice that we can get the fives out of the way there with a bet. Thomas going to bet 60k here on the King 10-4 flop. The man is going to call with 10-7 of diamonds. The back door is working for him. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Imana is going to call here on the turn. River is the 3 of spades. Thomas still with the best hand. Thomas going to bet 435,000. And Iman just got to pay him off. Thomas getting a lot of value there for his King 9. Man, a non-believer on the river. Understandable. Given that run out. A nice pot nonetheless. Man, overwhelming chip leader here with 98 big blinds. Thomas in second place with 53. Zaharaji with 38. Finds himself in third place. And then Sura with 36. Luka Bohovic with 31 bigs, and the rest lower than that, but still so much chips in play. Is just going to apply the pressure. The rags that is the 7 deuce offsuit. And the man's not going to go anywhere with the 6 3 of diamonds. We're going to see a flop here. 10-4-4. At 125. And this is going to be the end of the hand, unless the man wants to check raise. And that's what he goes for. Wow, power poker here from Iman. Not going to be pushed around. Tries to raise it up right here, right now. Take that one down. of it raising. Under to go with the ace king. 125. Going to get four-way action to the flop. Flop is ace, deuce, deuce. Or bet 150. And that's going to be good enough to take this one down. 15 still remain. Current payout is €8,425. Thomas raising from the hijack. We've got action here on the ace 10-3 flop. A set for Iman. Iman's betting 150k. I think Thomas wants to proceed with caution. Should just be calling this one. Does just call. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Check from Thomas over to Iman. Sizing up somewhere around half pot, I would say. But he goes for 350. Thomas will call. River is the jack of clubs. 0.4 million in this pot now. Thomas is going to check again, and the question is how much Iman should be betting to get called by worse. going to be tough to get paid. Maybe goes for a sizing around 425 or something like that. $875 is the bet. And now I think Thomas is just going to have to fold. Thomas is trying to figure out if there's any bluffs that Iman could be continue barreling with. Even King Queen offsuit gets there. Just think he has to release his hand. Maybe trying to hero call off a random bluff for 875. Let's find out. Thomas will let that one go eventually. Thomas getting back into the action with his ace king, getting out Wouldn't say out flop, but it's queen 4 deuce is the flop. Checks. Thomas will bet 100k. Now up to Zaharaji. So 14 players remaining now, all guaranteed €8,425. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Roswadov. Greetings if you're tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We've got a merchandise store. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on our channels. Hope you're all nursing your hangovers well after a bank holiday Halloween extravaganza. Ouch, asked how much was the buy-in. €1,100. Cash monies. Your man flopping the world here on the Queen 4-3 all heart board. Thomas doesn't have much of it here with just king 9. Checks it over. Your man is going to bet 225. Your man betting 225 here with the nut flush. Thomas releases and Imman will take that one down. Playing over 7 million in chips now. Whopper of a stack. Well over 100 big blinds. We've got huge pay jumps on the horizon, by the way, folks. With 14 remaining, all players are guaranteed a minimum of €8,425. Next pay jump is to €9,625. But that's not all. There's a 10k ticket for the top 12 finishers. We're 2 eliminations away from that, so you're going to see a lot of tight play. The larger stacks really need to use that to their advantage. The shorter stacks got to get busy and jiggy with it. Christian takes that one down with the pocket tens. And Iman with the 5-4 of diamonds here, flopping an open ender, going to bet 90k on the king 6-3 flop. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 13 players remaining now. So we have reached that pay jump to €9,625, and we are on the ticket bubble. Turn is the king of diamonds. River is the 10 of diamonds. I'm sure just checking back on the river. That's how our leaderboard is looking. Iman has all the chips. Thomas in second place with 42 big blinds. Casimir Sura with 38, and then Zaharaji with 34. Robert with 30, and Christian with 21 bigs. And I believe we are going on a break. We're going to come back in about 20 minutes time. I'm going to get my dinner. Oh, looks like we're going to have another hand first. So 2 more hands before the break. Pogtiv says Ruben Amorim to be the next United manager. Any Portuguese viewers who can talk about him? Don't know much about him, mate. Sorry to tell you. Pogtiv says looks like he's Sporting Lisbon manager, but don't know him really. Not too sure either. Man, 3-betting to 380k here with the ace king offsuit. Man takes that one down. Your man just raises from the hijack here with 8-9 offsuit. And because we're on the ticket bubble, he can do this with a very wide range. And that's why you're going to see King Jack offsuit get out of the way. We'll fold around to Zaharaji now with 6-4 diamonds. Queen Jack 10, 2 diamonds is the flop. The man flopping a straight. Zaharaji with a diamond draw. Bit of 175 and a call. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Flush for Zaharaji. Checks it over. Checka, checka. And the river is the 8 of clubs. You've heard the man. After this hand, we're going on a 20-minute break. Zaharaji trying to get value for his flush. Bets 550. New man gets out of the way, recognizing he's only got the arse end of it himself. All right, folks, that brings us to a dinner break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Still 13 players remaining. We'll be playing until there's 8 remain tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
The professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American under
Suarez
the gun.
calls 8-5.
No, American under the gun. Well, you have these other two, I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
That's a call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what
I've
bumper
never
to
seen a
play.
bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are...
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong
Talking
here.
double board?
Yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah.
in that game.
Even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Checked both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedov, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera. Big hand, big hand.
Green 10. Green 10.
You have a bluff? You have queen 10? Yeah. What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
You want action?
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top two for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with 10-6 suited.
As closest to him as possible.
A dream scenario. Somehow flopping top two on a rainbow board and up against two jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there? Thank you, Meekin. So there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that
Said better.
the opposite way, saying it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that the
I think-
Americans absolutely suck.
Fedora.
Just,
yeah, that's
you know,
definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
Fedora.
That's another app.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one.
I don't have my phone. I'm going with my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
it is,
just get in there, go make money.
The evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round 2.
These two will go at it again. Rincon the best of it so far, still as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack 9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call, river ace, aces and kings. For Rincon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
This is
Mufasa.
not the best card you want to see when you've got ace king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this jack 9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the jack is ever good at showdown. He's going to blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Too late to bet 5K. I should have done it. I check like this. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. Good reason.
Rincon talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
it
of
go.
it. Oh, my.
For some people work, for some not. I don't know.
Well, who's not afraid of monsters underneath the
true.
bed?
That's terrifying.
You know, nobody wants that.
Eight, 5 deuce. Top pair for Rincon, second pair. River, a straight draw.
Now that's a flop.
Mufasa. Straight flush draw, excuse me. Leads for 4K.
Just get it in, fellas. Play for all of it.
Nice fold. With these two, they might. We start, though, with a bet and a call. Oh, and the jack
Wow.
of clubs on the turn, making Mufasa the flush. And Rincon top 2.
Now Mufasa, after leading the flop, is going to check the turn. The moment, a disaster for Rincon. If he bets here, curious if Mufasa comes with a check raise. How does he want to navigate? He's reaching.
Goes about half pot, 8K.
The angry scowl from Mufasa as well.
Making the call. River 6 of diamonds. His hand is best. And another check.
As played, Rincon has no reason to believe that his hand isn't best with jacks and eights. Sizes it up to 25,000. Mufasa could be concerned about a flush over flush situation,
Sure.
given the line. And if he does just call, it's because of that. Otherwise, raise.
All in.
And
Does,
there is
yeah.
that raise, the check jam.
3-4 you have. How much?
Ask for a count.
Sorry? 111. That was strong hand. I have flush.
Try and find the bluffs here, Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe 6-7 with one club in your hand.
Yeah, remember the lead on the flop maybe takes away some potential hands with ace of clubs in them. But there is that call. And the Bulgarian gets paid off on the check jam.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. Blinds are 40k, 80k, 80k, 13 remaining. We are on the ticket bubble. 9,625 euro is the current payout. These underpants stuff here. Nobody wants to bust before getting that ticket. That's for bloody sure. We are playing down to the final 8 players tonight, as far as I know. Robert raising under the gun with his ace king to 180k. Christian will defend, flopping best on the 10-9-9 flop, 2 clubs. Nico is all in for his last 11 bigs here with 9s. Takes down the blinds and antes. Christian raising from the button. King 5 spades takes down the blinds and antes. Nico with the decision here. Pocket nines facing the under the gun open from Iman. I think he needs to rejam this one. Not loving life, of course, because it's the ticket bubble, but nine's just got to be performing too well to fold. Especially against the chip leader. Does eventually stick it in his eye for 12 big blinds total. Takes it down. Really nice pickup, uncontested there, this close to the ticket. Shorta with ace-5 of spades, raises. Saharaji is just going to call in the cutoff. Iman is priced in the big blind with 10-7 of spades. Three-way action to the flop. The flop is ace-7-4. Pocket nine's going to bet 175. Interesting, the Sure just decides to go into check call mode, I presume. Not just going to be check folding, surely. Does call. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Checks behind. Turn was the 6. River is the deuce of spades. So we're just hoping to get to showdown. I'd say Zaharaji's just going to check his option. Does check. Sure, I'd be very happy to take that one down. Man checking the turn here. Blind v blind action on the 5-7 Jack 4 board. So with the 6 deuce, going to continue firing. Your man with 2 pair now. A lot of straights and flush draws possible out there. Is he going to raise now, or does he just want to call? I think calling is probably the best option. Doesn't want to bloat the pot out of position. He does call. The river is the deuce of hearts. Shurla is going to keep firing, I would say. Flush comes in. Has a pair of deuces, has a straight blocker, has a flush blocker. Probably doesn't think a deuce is going to be good at showdown here. If he wants to get a hand like a 5 or a 7 or a 4 to fold, gonna have to go pretty big. Also, there's a lot of flush draws that miss and straight draws that miss. He's got a good hand to keep bluffing with, is my whole point. If he's going to bet, wants to bet about 2/3 pot. About 850 seems like a good sizing to me here. He's just going to get pipped off though. The man is just going to be too high up in his range to do anything other than call. 750 is the bet. Iman calls and he's now playing over 7 million. Nice play there by Iman. Can't fault the bluff on the river either. Just wasn't going to work on this occasion. You're just going to see man stay active, keep taking down the blinds and antes. He's all the chips. It's his world. He can do what he wants, and everyone else has to live in it for the moment, anyways. This is actually a really good adjustment from Thomas, recognizing how wide Iman is going to be opening and using that to his advantage, going for the rejam. That's risky business, but pays off for Thomas. Don't know if I would actually do that in that scenario. Don't know if you're supposed to. If you get called, it's an absolute disaster, but it does work for him on this occasion, and he wins a nice pot uncontested. Parker says, Kane and Mbappe just got the tied striker of the year. Just trying to say that correctly. These football awards are so embarrassing. Very funny. All players have locked up €9,625. Obviously, I've already talked about the difference between 13th and 12th, but I'll just say it again for whoever wasn't listening or wasn't here at the time. Difference between 13th and 12th is from €9,625 to €11,350 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. As Shura wins with the ace queen of hearts, and Nico finds a spot where he wants to get all of his money in here. This is actually going to be an interesting spot now because Nico's going to go all in, and I think Shura is going to be priced in. Difficult spot here. Obviously, under normal circumstances, you could snap call with ace queen suited, but your range shrivels up considerably. Facing a 13 big blind jam. Interesting to see what way Shura wants to proceed here. So Shura does call. Nico in great shape to double up here. Oh wow. Oh whoa, wow. Ace, queen, queen is the flop. Full house. All the ladies on board. And now Nico needing to get super lucky. Turn as a king. Return of the king gives a glimmer of hope. But another one needed. Eight of hearts arriving on the river. And that means the bubble has been burst. Unlucky for the ace king. Got it in good. Did everything he could. Walks away without a ticket. Seems to be taking it on the chin like a champ. It's a not so bad. It's a not so good. It's a not so bad. You got a nice payday. It's a not so good. You missed out on the ticket.
You're welcome. Could have been done like half an hour ago. Huh? Could have been done like half an hour ago. Yeah. We have the same last name, and that last name is very rare in Germany. Very rare. So I have to check this. Are you family? We're not sure because he comes like 40 kilometers away from my place. In northeast Germany. Yeah. Quite proud. Very. 8 left.
And Shura Day is going to 3-bet here to 555k from the small blind.
You'll see it in 20 minutes. How much is delay? Like 30 minutes? You know it? Yeah, half an hour. Yeah.
So with 12 remaining now, Christian raising to 250,000 on the button. King 10 off suit. And for Zaharaji, deciding what he wants to do with his last 15 big blinds. Decides to rejam. Or just decides to call. See a flop. 5, 3, 3. Saharaji gets out of the way. We have action here. Shua raising to 175k. And Robert Bunn all in from the cutoff with ace-9 off suit. Man is asking. How much? And he goes all in. 4 bets for the lot. Going to see an all in the call here. The man with the ace king and Robert with the ace-9 off suit. Wow, does flop 9-8-6. Robert getting there against Iman's ace king. Turn is the 8 of spades. Just the king now. But it is the 7 of spades on the river. Robert will double up. Bird says getting more and more crazy. They're getting after it, Bird. Zaharaji with the aces. In raise. And he rebets it with the ace-10 off suit. They get it in.
No, greedy, very greedy. I can make a royal flush. I thought I could at least have a royal flush. You have ace king or what? Aces. I think
Zaharaji now is going to have about 25, 26 big blinds.
maybe you get punished. I would check down whatever river. Spade.
River is the queen.
Still, you don't anger the gods by betting 5,000. Very dangerous. check down if I flop quads. If I flop quads, I will still check down.
He couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, I think he broke. Yeah, he broke under the pressure. Too good of a hand.
He wanted to know what you had. Couldn't take it.
Didn't want to get bluffed on the river.
Zaraji raising in the hijack with ace jack of hearts. The man calling on the button with ace queen off suit. See the flop of 9-8-5, 2 diamonds. Turn is to 6 diamonds. Iman's got about 230k here. Has the diamond blocker. I would have expected to see him maybe just check this back. But Zaharaji lets it go anyway. Word says no movement on the other table since 1 hour. Do they even play? Alan F. Poker says, hello all. Hello, Alan. What's the crack? How are you doing? Nice to have you with us. We have 2 tables of 6, playing down to 8 tonight. Hello, hello. Christian calls from the small with the king, queen of diamonds. So we're off to the flop. Ace, jack, 8. man is just going to bet 100k and gets a fold straight away from Christian. Man has all the chips and is putting them to work. Alan F. Poker says, how's the form? Oh, sure, the form is great. Did you have a good bank holiday weekend, sir? Alan says, mate, I did nothing and will continue to do nothing for the rest of the month. You'll do nothing, yeah? You'll do freaking nothing. Your man is going to min raise here in the hijack. Like I said, he's going to be very active. He's going to be involved in a lot of pots. With just 12 players remaining now. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €9,625. Zaharaj is just going to bet 440 on the river and take that one down. Nice to have some time off as well, Alan, if it's been a difficult one on the streets, the No Limit Hold'em poker streets. That is. They can't all be winners. Iman, overwhelming chip leader with 85 bigs. Christian in second place with 36 bigs. Then you've got Shura with 30, Zaharaji with 27, Robert with 23, and Thomas with 20. Robert raise queen here on the button. He's going to raise it up. Alan says, mate, I was down early last week and had a chat with Mindset Coach about it this afternoon. It's a long, short story. I'm taking a break from content creating and streaming for a month just to free up time to have time for myself and do things I want to do. Fair enough, Alan. Wise decisions, my mate. My mate. My matey. Thomas is going to defend with the Jack 7 off suit. Ace 9-9 is the flop. Robert will take that one down with a T-bet.
But I got faded before and he main event at one point. I had like king 10 and I should have jammed and I didn't. Same spot, same spot. What do you have? What do you have? Jam? Same hand, like ace 10 or like, yeah. Like ace 10, like some jam. Got yeah, king 10 and got it all in the end. Very bad. My the reason to jam.
Oh, the Jabracada's in the hijack here for Christian, raising to 250k.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's going to be nice.
So Thomas is going to essentially jam from the button with his ace queen, and he's going to get past the small blind who has king jack, and Shura is going to let that one go as well.
I got a 20,000 change. I got 20,000 change. We got it.
Don't pay attention to me. Sorry. I should have had coffee like you did. Every time I have coffee in deep roast, I start for like 5 minutes. 11 minutes again.
Robert going to stay active here under the gun, raising with the ace-9 offsuit, takes down the blinds and antes. Your man is going to be raising willy-nilly, and King 5 offsuit is going to fall into that category for an open from the cutoff. Sura is going to 3-bet to 40k here from the button using the ace blocker. Like this from Sura. Man forced to let it go.
Yeah, from 9? 9, yeah. 9 of dark 9. You can check it. So 9 of clubs or 9 of spades.
Shura with a very sexy looking Queen Jack of Hearts in raises from the cutoff. Robert is going to call from the small with Jack 10 offsuit, and this leaves open the door for Zaharaji to use this in his 3-bet folding range with the ace blocker. Shura is just deciding whether he can continue here. Getting good odds to see a flop in position. But because it's for your tournament life, if you were to 4-bet rip, and it's chunky enough of a sizing for him to call, he probably eventually comes to the conclusion he's going to have to put his hand in the bin. That is eventually what happens. Nice squeeze there by Zaharaji in the big blind with his ace-5 offsuit. And you're going to see another squeeze here from Zaharaji, but this time he's got the goods. He's got the kings from the small blind. 3-betting to 650. Twelve bigs for Thomas in the small blind. Queen 10 suited. Just wants to be shoving this one. Instead, wants to see a flop for cheap. Just completes his option. Your man just gets to shove on him now, and now I don't think Thomas can call off for his tournament life. This is a big enough mistake from Thomas, if I'm being honest. Way easier to just shove a hand that has a lot of equity. Now he's in a situation where can't call off for his tournament life, and Iman gets to shove a hand that has a weaker kicker. Nee says it's an easy call here. It's not for your tournament life, though, Nee. He had his opportunity to jam himself, and now has put himself in a bind. He's going to be forced to fold now. There is a big pay jump as well from 12th to 11th. Oh, he does call it off. Well, I didn't think he was going to call it there. If you're just going to limp call it off, then you might as well shove yourself. Does get it in a limp, trappy sort of a situation. Easy peasy now. That he's called and sees queen 6. Ace 9 7 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Big double up for the queen 10 of spades there after some deliberation. Christian min raises with the ace 5 of spades. Round to Sura in the big with king 5 off suit. Don't think he can defend here. We have had one more elimination occur at and out of the table. There are 11 players remaining now. And that means all remaining players are guaranteed a minimum of €11,350. Thems are raisin chips. Sure, they ain't going quietly into the night. We'll 3-bet the 625. Using that king blocker. This raise looks really strong. It's going to get a lot of respect. And we can see Christian just can't continue. Does put his hand in the muck. Nice play by the big blind there with the king 5 offsuit. Slajo says the Independence Day reference. Oh. Oh. Bird says finally someone busted on the outer table. Has been one of those kind of days, Bird, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a shovel here. There's been a lot of dragging on and hanging around, I would say. There has been plenty of action as well, of course. It's just Puck says he wants all the action on the feature table anyway. Nee says, are they going to finish today or play on tomorrow? They're going to play until there's 8 players remaining, is what I have been told. Other than that, I don't have any more additional information. Sura bets 200k. Christian calls the Jack 10 of diamonds. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. King O says empty your table. Any exciting hands? Bird says ace queen against ace king, all in, flop ace queen queen. You know what? That actually probably was one of the most exciting hands of the day. You're not wrong.
Hold your feet in like a king. Don't eat like a king. Start like a king. Don't stop like a king. You get some honey, tea, some honey, that says calories. It's kind of hard to get.
Sure, now with 20 bigs here, ace 5 of hearts. Robert turns the flush here. Might get some additional value from Christian's top pair.
By the way, your comeback stack is way more effective than my.
And ship leader here with 50 big. Zaharaji in second place with 31. Christian with 27. Thomas with 27. Robert with 25. And Sura 18 big blinds. Still fairly comfortable given these kind of structures. Apocalypse says, not as exciting as my Misty Bounty, though. That's a really nice score, by the way, Apocalypse. I did mention it earlier, of course, but giving you another shout out. Well done. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy. And put them in the hijack here where they sign off too. Evans in the small blind is going to compete. He says, anyone playing the Pirates Mystery Bounty in November at Kings? Arr! No, I won't be there. I'll probably be commentating on it though. There's a whopper schedule coming up into the winter months at Kings, as you would expect. I can give a few shout outs to the upcoming tournaments later on in the stream. If you want to check out all the additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Zaharaji is ripping, it looks like, with the ace queen. Thomas all in with the ace queen suited as well. And Thomas is getting somewhat of a free roll here. This one should be going chop chop most of the time, but turn is the three of spades. And the river. It is the king of clubs. Chop it up, boys.
Look, comeback has to start at some point, and it's the second best comeback of the tournament. Number one, 1,000 chips here. 1,000 chips comeback better than. No, I had this. You had, yeah, you had less than 10 big blinds. Yeah. Very painful. Very painful.
Apocalypse says, and you know what they say. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I say many things on this channel, Apocalypse, but I am not going down that avenue with you right now this evening, buddy. Okay? Are we clear? Zaharaji. And raising with the ace jack offsuit in the cutoff. King 5-3 is the flop. Sura is going to continue here on the King 5-3 flop. Turn is the Jack of Clubs. Sura betting 225 here on the turn. Zaharaji calls. River is the Queen of Diamonds. going to have to fire again if he wants to take this one down. But he could just check it back and win the showdown. Osmo says all in or check. Probably just check, mate. Looks like he wants to bet. Well, that's a huge bet. No messing around from Sura here, like turning his hand into a bluff, of course. Zaharaji deciding now whether he can make a call. I really don't know what to say about this hand. Sura's bet 785 here on the river. And Zaharaji deciding whether he's got a good enough price to call with the ace jack. Obviously knew you can't get the showdown by winning. Or he's not going to win a showdown. So turning his hand into a bluff. And for Zaharaji, just has to let it go. Big move works for Shura. Nice. Well played, sir. Well played. Robert raising to 250k with the nines, flopping a set. Ace Queen 9 is the flop. And Robert bets 205k and gets called. And turn is the 3 of hearts. Robert bets 425k now. Sure, just lets it go. Robert takes that one down. Osmo says, I like the commentator, but because he always replies to the comment or says hello. Dan, he's our man. I'm here, guys. It's the day that's kind of dragged on and it's not being as fast paced as other streams for sure, but I'm here. All is good. Apocalypse says, I'd hug the dealer and offer him a drink. Absolutely. So Thomas raising in the hijack with the king jack off suit. Serger on a call on the button with ace 9. Christian in the small. Now, he's overcalled with pocket 8s. I would much rather see him just rip this, personally. Too much money out there to pick up prey. Pick up a penguin. It is 4-way action to the flop and 7-5-4. 2 clubs is that flop, and the turn is the 10 of hearts. Christian still has the best hand here by a landslide. There is the king of spades. Surprised to see no money go in on the flop or the turn here. All players will be trying to get the showdown now. Thomas Jedno is going to go over some value here. At about 350. Pocket eights getting out of the way. I might have just led on the turn with the pocket eights, if I'm being honest, into 3 players. But that's not the way it went. Thomas takes that one down with a bet at 350. Robert's going to be opening this one in the hijack. 11 players still remaining now. Nines for each. Oh, wow. That's a very tight fold there from the King Jack. Didn't expect to see that. That's far too tight to be folding those blockers in the cutoff or the hijack. I've seen sixes being folded. I've seen King Jack being folded. What's going on, Bird? What is going on? Hutler says him and Messi weren't nominated. Should have been Vinny Jr. though. Oh, soccer talk. I'll get my coat. Sataraji staying active. Min raising. Christian is going to defend with the 5-4 offsuit. Ten 7-7 is the flop. Raji taking that one down with a small bet. So that's how they're looking, guys. We're still 11 players remaining in this one. Your man with 46 bigs. Saharaji in second place with 37. And then Thomas with 32. Robert with 28. Christian with 19 and Shura with 16 bigs. Not doing too bad, but has some work to do nonetheless. Going to see some tight play, of course. There's so much money on the line. €11,350 is the current payout. Folded all the way around to the small blind for Robert with king 6 offsuit. He is going to complete his option. No pair, no draw. Says, I don't think I've seen Christian win a hand. Round to Zaharaji now on the button with ace, deuce off suit. In raises. Man, probably going to go for a 3-bet here with the ace jack offsuit. Can apply some pressure. Make it like 725 instead. Decides to just call, which is also totally fine. 4-3-3 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of spades. River is the deuce of spades. As Raji just pays it off and will win on the river. 175k was the bet. Thomasman raising on the button here with King 9 offsuit. Yeah, with a hand that he could easily 3-bet here, but decides to let it go. Sort of wants to see the flop with the King 4 offsuit. Off to the flop we go. Queen, Queen, Deuce. $125 is the bet from Thomas. So we're checking on the turn, which is the 3 of clubs. Thomas checks back, and the river is the 8 of diamonds. $425 is the bet from Sura on the river. Trying to get like an ace high type holding to fold from Thomas. Thomas releases. Another good bet and pickup from Sura. Happy to take that one down. Johan, the main man, says good evening. Good evening, Johan. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. Back in the mix. Blinds are 50k small blind, 100k is the big blind with a 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Thomas raised in the cutoff with the king queen offsuit. Shura stacking off from the small blind. Big decision here for Thomas. We're forced to let it go with the king queen offsuit. Thomas with the best of it here. On the jack 10, deuce, flop. Haraji defending with 6-5 off deuce. Thomas takes it down.
falde. Oh, trap.
And this all escalated very quickly on the Queen Jack Deuce flop. Christian with Jack 10. Shura with 2 pair out flopping him.
No. The dude I busted on the bottom. He knows it. Bottom 2, all bullshit. Good luck. Oh, nice.
Wild the way this hand went down.
Blank, too many outs.
Turn is the 9 of spades.
Too many outs. Take a deuce.
Shura be set to eliminate Christian here in 10th place, and that would mean that we would have 9 remaining. But it is going to be a chop pot. Chop it up, boys. 10 remaining now, so we are on the final table bubble.
Brother. Turn 9, very bad.
Lucky guy, this one.
Very lucky, still alive. 10. I'll look for it. Two.
Says good night, boys and girls, and thanks for a damn good stream once again, Dan. We'll play end when we reach the final table. Johan asked, no, we will be playing until there's 8 players remaining tonight. What I've been told. FT will be tomorrow, indeed. Raising under the gun between 10 off suit. A7-3. I'm going to go check, turn is 3 apart. And Turn goes check, check. River is the 8 of hearts. Thomas checks and Shura checks behind with the Queen 10. With 10 players remaining now, they are all guaranteed a minimum of €11,350. Big difference between 10th and 9th, all the way to €13,825. Hornaji opening in the cutoff, ace king off suit. Take down blinds and antes.
How old is king? Your dreams? Down the drain. Lucky I'm very happy to find the 8-2. Very happy.
Man deciding if he wants to open 5-3 off suit or decides against it. Shura with 20 bigs here, king jack of spades in the small blind. Going to stick it in. And Christian probably just wants to be raising to get this in. Just make it like 400k to go. Sure, rips. And Christian is going to have to call. Here we go, folks. We've got action. Big moment for both players involved. Christian, the dominating one with the ace-jack of hearts against Shura's king-jack of spades. 3.3 million in the middle. Queen 10-5 is the flop. 2 hearts. Great flop for Christian. Still has to avoid an ace or a 9. Turn is a jack. And here's the river. It is a queen. Christian will double up. Very, very nice pot for him. And Surla is going to be left with 5 big blinds when we get back after a 20-minute break. Still 5-handed action on both tables. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah?
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When you asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
fan. You got the 9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No. If you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's
snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
I see that.
Really nice laydown, by the way.
I see that.
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river.
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river.
What else can they have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Sirzat.
Sirzat Hisu. What a
Sirzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
5-10.
In my wow, yes.
5-10.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal river card, brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand.
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
Like, what story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that. to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack of
Stevie
diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6. It
disastrous.
is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. 22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, Queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral, when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. And it's a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
9 of diamond.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated.
Can't be safe enough. Can't be safe enough. Okay, card. Don't break my heart. Don't hurt me. Winner. Millionaire.
Johan, the main man, says, "Where is Action Man Dan?" The wizard arrives precisely when he means to, sir. Iman is shoving from the small blind with the 8-5 of diamonds into Sura's King Queen. We do believe we will see an all in the call. We are on the final table bubble. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €11,350. Ferris Tax TV says, how has the action been? It's been slow paced throughout today now, I'm not going to lie, but we have been spoilt for choice with the amount of action going on recently. This day felt a bit like it was a bit of wear and tear. Took a while to get us down to the final 10. We are on the final table bubble. There is a big pay jump between 10th and 9th place, and that is why you're seeing Sura pause for the cause. Well, he will eventually be putting his chips in the middle, I assume. It would be way too big of a pass here. His hand is just going to be too strong. He has been thinking for over 2.5 minutes now. Noam Sain said he should get a penalty for this. Maybe 3 minutes is a bit excessive, know what I'm saying? 42, nice to have you with us. Everybody loves the shot clock. It ain't right, know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree with you. When you see the ticker passing 4 minutes, seems like you're going to have to make your decision. Yeah, someone's going to have to call a clock at some point. Dealer is pointing at it. Tournament director Andy Tillman, one of the best in the business, will sort this situation out. Approaching 5 minutes for this decision surely should be illegal. Loose call. $9-8-4 is the flop. 2 hearts. And if Iman can hold here after flopping an 8, turns an 8 as well. What an interesting turn card. Sura now picking up second no flush draw. River is the 10 of diamonds. Sura has been eliminated. Doesn't get the pay jump. So his tank for 5 minutes has been for nothing. That means we are going to go on a break and get this final table sorted out, guys. He will leave in 10th place. We will come back with 9 in about 20 minutes or so. And we will play till one more player is eliminated tonight. And then we'll come back tomorrow with the final table of 8. Iman, 43 bigs. Zaharaji with 35. Christian with 27. And Tomas with 21 is how we're looking here. I'll see you all in a few moments.
Just a very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I'm stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Hirsu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
Yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Unbelievable. Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Maybe next game you're possible. to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
he certainly could.
They're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen, Jack, 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it. He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set? Please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You're so bad, Mark.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum.
You play very good.
Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
9 heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket 9, lost.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why are you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double will come.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do, or what they should do, or what they're thinking. Because these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. Because we can't predict what they're going to do, even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, ci chiami così.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, but a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can
Be
understand
careful
that
when you-
sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum re-raise.
1.2 million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it
there
is.
you
So as
go.
to isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this.
But he only
big-
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a
Sure.
very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super
Yeah.
interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge
Good luck
sweat.
in main
This
event,
would have been a fun flop if
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you had
three
a top pair with a backdoor club draw
Mhm.
instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the
Brutal.
mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
Eight players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
And you will be in good mood? Yes. Probably
Victor
not gonna
Blom,
happen, but I
severely short stack's going to go with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table,
Yeah.
especially, 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds.
He's
This will
getting
not
it.
be folding.
Yeah. We saw Foxen fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands. Certainly not saying that that isn't true.
Foxen all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
550?
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but
I mean, it's 1.3 million to win 2.2,
I think
and a chance to knock out 2 players.
Cork, please.
1390.
there are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam. But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
He's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur, possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? 3?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them, at
They're
least.
so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Royal flush.
That's semi-bad news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
he's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead.
Maybe you make money.
Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6.
Already like losing, not sure.
There's an ace.
That's a good flop for Chrissy.
That is a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled he called.
There's like
Absolutely.
some opportunities.
Only two aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4.
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all or a 9 to win it all.
Very good call.
Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabrera's down to 3.7. What a hand.
For split pot.
It's the 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn and triples up. Foxen does add about 300,000 to her stack.
Wait, 5?
By the way.
And as I said, I told you, Jesse, you were wrong. Cabral's got to fold that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. It is the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit 100. Well, €1,100. No Limit Hold'em main event. Live from the King's Resort in Roswell. We are just one elimination away from the conclusion of the day. All players have secured a 10k ticket for themselves, and €13,825 is the current payout. Zahalaji 3-betting with the Kings, taking that one down. A force to be reckoned with at this FT. 40 bigs. We have Germany, Czech Republic, Netherlands, Switzerland, Israel, and Luxembourg all being represented at this final table. Sammy Angel taking that one down with the A7. So that's how they're looking on the leaderboards here, folks. Wilfredo with 46 bigs, Iman with 45, Roman with 43, Maur Zaharaji with 40, Sami with 40. So that's the top five. All very closely contended. Massive pay jumps to worry about. €156,500 for the winner. And of course that ring. Ali taking that one down with the pocket kings. Yeah, so like I'm saying, top five on the leaderboard all have the guts of 50 big blinds apiece. You've We've got Christian with 27 bigs, Robert with 23, Thomas with 21, and Aaron and Mali with 21 bigs is your shortest stack at this final table, but still having 21 bigs is a lot of playability at this late stage. Blinds 60k, 120k, 120k running big blind ante.
More than one word, only four. You know, he's like diesel motor. After he starts, silence.
Some commotion going on in the background. Thomas with the pocket sevens. Just going to complete his option. I would probably just rip in Thomas's shoes. One of the shorter stacks is going to induce action from completing, and then can rip over the top is also an option. Yeah, so that plan works to perfection, and he takes that one down. He's now playing 24 big blinds.
There is complicated to throw me chips.
Wilfredo bets 300k here with 10-8 diamonds on the king 10-7 flop. Zaharaji raising under the gun with pocket nines. Interesting that Wilfredo leads here, especially nine-handed into Zaharaji. This is actually a bit wild. I don't really understand this. Perhaps I'm missing something.
Anyway, you have to take off. But it's okay, let by me, it's good. Let near by me. You have earphones also. For me, just you and me speaking, and other people.
Christian raising to 250. The pocket nines from under the gun +1. Blinds are now 60, 120, 120. 60k small blind, 120k big blind with 120k running big blind ante. The Haraji and the hijack with pocket tens. Raises things up. Takes down the blinds and antes. Lineman raising with the ace-8 suited. That shows the power of the early position raise, getting ace-9 suited to hold on the button. Down to the big blind, ace-7 off suit. In the up. Hold. Goes to man, I'm out, way too late for me. Have to sleep. Tomorrow, bird. Ali in the hijack. 10 off 2. 20 big blind. Christian checks. Thomas is going to bet 210,000. Christian is going to call. Good shot, straight draw working for him. Picks up a backdoor in the form of a 9 or an ace when the King of Hearts rolls off here on the turn. Christian checks again. Thomas checks back. The river is a 6. Christian bets 400k and Thomas releases. Nice bluff from Christian to take that one away. Haraji raises to 250 and Christian is going to call with 2 black ladies on the button. Tries not to 3-bet this one. Wants to play a pot in position with the overpair. Ace Jack 8 is the flop. Raji bets 240k and top pair. Not going to be going anywhere. Nice call. Turn is 7 apart.
Somebody else something to drink? Yes, I will.
The man now with enough full shot to go with his top pair. Oh, looks like he's going to go for a lead. Interesting play here from Iman. 280. Getting his price for the river is what he's doing here. Baharaji probably is just going to let this one go. Unless he has other plans. And Zaharaji does get away from it. As me wants the chip count. You'll see the chip count, the leaderboards will come up every few hands. Robert is raising to 310k from the hijack with ace-9 offsuit, takes down the blinds and antes. Octo says, think it's bedtime here too. Looks like a 1 p.m. Central European start tomorrow, so that's streamed for about 1:30 p.m. I guess. Indeed. We'll be there. Thanks for your help today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Robert raises to 260k with the ace jack off suit. Robert bets 250k. And Wilfredo has decent hand to continue with here with pocket fours on the 7-6-3 all diamonds. With diamond in his hand and a good shot straight draw. Will call. Turn is the ace of clubs. Robert now with top pair. He's going to bet 600k, and this should be the end of it. But it's not. Wilfredo continues. There's the 6 of spades. Robert is going to shove the river. And Wilfredo won't be able to call now. Let's go.
Now I have aces.
P-Jazz asks, how many more hands are today? One more elimination, P-Jazz. We see Xiaoraji here with the ace queen offsuit, raising to 250k. Is going to get Sammy to release pocket eights. All the way around to the big blind. 5-4 offsuit for Thomas. Don't think he'll be defending that one. Puts it in the muck.
Don't look to me if I make something.
We see a bit of a confrontation here. Ali raising 250k with his pocket 7. Robert is going to 3 bet 525. Quite a small 2 bet here from Robert with the 10s, if I'm being honest. Steven says the audio is terrible. I'll refresh the page, see if that changes things. Read the table sound. Thank you for letting me know. Ali is going to call the additional 275 with the pocket sevens. Robert will swap a set here between 10-5. Going to bet 575. Look at the 575 is going to take that one down. The man's raising on the button here, King 6 card. Haraji in the big blind. Pocket fours. This call up is King 10-9. We'll take that one down with a C-bet. Good man. Raising from the cutoff. Green 5 of hearts. Fredo, ace of clubs. That's 450. Turn is the ace of diamonds. There's 3 spades. And check. Fredo now with 2 pair. Deciding what he wants to do. Fredo takes it down. Oops, the booty. Now paying 42 big blinds. So big blinds for Thomas Gendo here. The silver fold scenario. Brown to Ali in the small blind here at 5 deuce of diamonds, 10 bigs. Is it time to rumble in the jungle? Or just let it go? That's how the leaderboard is looking at this final table. 36 bigs for Iman. Roman with 33. Wilfredo with 32. Sammy with 28. Robert with 27. Zaharaji with 22. Christian with 20. Thomas with 14. And Aram with 12. Robert is 3-betting to 825k with the jacks from the big blind. Putting the pressure on Christian. Christian is going to call. Wide enough call here, considering he only has 15 big blinds behind. Interesting flop to come up. 9-8 deuce is the flop. Flop's the set. This is amazing. In a hand that he probably shouldn't be getting involved in. Has flopped the set. This is pretty disgusting if you're Robert. They do get it all in. This is pretty sick for Rob. Christian flopping a set. This pot, a lot of equity at stake, of course. Should have made it 3-bet bigger pre, perhaps. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Only a jack can save him. King of diamonds hits the river. And that's a massive double up for Christian with the pocket eights. I think he might regret not just getting that one in pre. Or should he just jam himself? He looks back at that. Made his 3-bet too small. Gave the odds the call for the eights. Eights decided they wanted to see the flop and got very lucky. Interesting hand nonetheless. Thomas raising with 14 big blinds under the gun with ace, queen suited. About a $4,000 difference between 9th and 8th place, you know. Not something to forget about. Queen 4 deuce is the flop. Top pair for Thomas. Thomas takes that one down with a C-bet. Roman opening from the cutoff, and Thomas with ace-5 suited in the big blind, 16 bigs behind. Could rejam this one. Does do that. And now Roman wants a count, but we know he's not calling.
What? Your friends, yes? Not anymore.
Tatsa says 11-hour stream. Oof. Oof. Nice to have you with us, Tatsa. We've done 15-hour streams here before, you know. Thomas moves all in from the small blind for 20 big blinds. And Iman with 34 bigs in the big blind with ace-9 has to fold this one. This just shows how powerful the jam can be with this much ICM pressure. Tramstar says, when does stream finish? One more elimination, Tramstars. One more elimination.
Say them, it's allowed to speak, nobody speak. Say you are also Abdishari, no?
Some bottle here.
Bottle, off. Whatever you like. Whatever you bring.
Tramstar says, hopefully 30 more minutes at least. Well, if you're not getting enough content tonight, be sure to join us tomorrow when we are going to bring this one to a conclusion all day tomorrow until we find our eventual champion to the tune of €156,500. That's a lot of monies. Tramstar says, indeed, watching before going to sleep. Not a bad idea. Look at this, Ali. with 12 big blinds. I think we just want to be min raising this one. Sometimes we'll just go all in. Does just go all in. Christian folding sevens. But Zaharaji won't be folding kings. And he will call in the big blind. The kings are kings. 4 million in this pot. And Ali needs to get lucky with the ladies of the night. Zaharaji is going to have a really nice stack coming in tomorrow. 8-handed. Wow. King, queen, 9 is the flop. Both players flopping a set. Zaharaji way out in the lead. Turn is the 3 of diamonds.
Pocket. But thank you. You can do.
And the river, folks. Deuce of diamonds. Aram Ali has been eliminated. Nothing he can do there, of course. It's a cooler. Cooler alert. We have our final 8 players. That is the last hand of the night. Hope you've enjoyed the show. Thanks to everyone who tuned in throughout the day. I'm going to go get myself a good sleep and be ready for the final table tomorrow. We'll see you all at 1:30 Central European Time. 1:30 Central European Time tomorrow for the final 8 players who are going to play it out for €156,000, 500. €156,500 for the winner tomorrow. And the ring. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
Hey, what happened? One more hand, dealer. One more. Just one. Wait, Norman. Do you agree? All? One more hand. Yeah. Which time we start tomorrow?
1 o'clock, guys. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock evening.
It's 1:15 now.
Spike the ace. Bet the flop, spike the ace, spike the pair, easy, you know?
No, it was not easy. It was not easy.
Just bet the king queen 6, you know? Just an ace.
I saw more strange things in you. He moves very strange.
Yeah.